Hello, folks. We're back. Day 13, excuse me. Day 13. Let's say day 12, but no. Day 13. Anything yeah, okay. We are diving into MERT patrons. We need to do MERT patron stuff. We need, where is it? There's a 1504 here. It's this one. Okay. 1.54 EO4, but 15,400. We need this one, and then there's another one of these in Sword Coast. We're going to do these little 275 area goal ones. That should get us where we need to go. And that's where we're starting today. So, 275 is going to be more than the usual. Ocean. I didn't save formations? How dare. Oh, it's because it's MERT. MERT has their own. Okay. Well, we're going to need Briv. Already starting off on a bad foot. Can't even name the characters. We don't get Lark. We don't get Eliwick. Oh, that's rude. That's rude. I mean, we could have Alarm, but that doesn't change anything about our choice here. So, not necessarily. We can do Melf. We can do Pass. And we need a DPS option? I guess we can just make the DPS Lae'zel. Or, well, we could make the DPS Minsk. That's probably it. That's probably the way to go. Get some music on. Oh, Delcoon, Strife Animal, Sergeant. Oh, I didn't mean to make him tanking. Oh well. Mass Connect. Finally has the party going on 1600, but the Northern variant restrictions don't let me use Brimstone Angels. Yeah. The variants be like that. Variants be like that. Okay. I want to save this and start here. Select civilizations. We want speed, which is where this has to change to this one. I mean, it could stay there. That's fine. There's a little more survivability to our front line. All right, we need to go 275. This team? I think it'd be like 3 of these at least, but I think I'm just going to pop one of these. I think that's the best way to go about it. And we'll just do this. All right, what do we got blinking over here? Oh, completed tower expectation. We can get some chests. Oh, there's some electrums. No. Yeah, he's got... okay. Diana, hey, that's Diana's last one we needed. That was good progress. Okay, that means we can put blacksmithing contracts on Diana. Where's she at? Where's she at? I'm not even sticking around to see how well it does. Because we basically want to get her up into the 50s, like 50 or higher. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Okay. I kind of went a little overboard on Eliwick, and then that kept me from getting her to where I wanted her, but it's fine. It'll be fine. We'll get more. Another feat. Oh, dying. Oh well. And we got an epic. We beat the pity timer. You like that? Do you like that? All right, so let's reiterate. Yesterday we talked about today's goals at the end of the stream. Today's goals are basically get the influence we need for Mert to buy his time gate piece. And then we are at 38 champions. So we then go back to Wild Beyond the Witchlight and attempt to unlock Belushi. And if we are successful, we then flex seat 6 champion from the event. I have a flex slot available. And that will unlock Uncle Strahd at 40. And then we do like whatever, 2-3 variants for Strahd to get his Tongate piece. No. I think what we do first is we do 2-3 variants to get his time gate piece. Then we time gate another champion because we have plenty of time gate pieces now. And then we split the party again. Split the party 2. I don't know if we can get all that done today. We're going to be burning resources to try to do that quickly. That's why I went ahead and used an hour potion here for this. So yeah, it's a long laundry list of long to-do list today. We'll see what happens. We can do one of these. Like 2 of these. Yeah. I'm just trying to get a good amount of reagents because we're going to need to make potions. Unless we get lucky. Let's try thing last. If I remember correctly, you mentioned yesterday the Lurch is OP. Yeah, in the Adams family, Lurch is absolutely OP. I don't know what. We don't have a Lurch. I don't know if this is a translation issue. I gotta know. I can't make assumptions. I'm not. I could. I'm not gonna make assumptions. So I need to know who we're talking about. Are we talking about the new fallbacks champion? Or are we talking about somebody else? Once again, this is why I hate that they translate names. Names shouldn't ever be translated. Ever. Lark. Okay, I did not say Lark was OP. I definitely did not say that. I definitely did not. Yeah, by Shakira, but man, would I hate to have to put that into like a repeating statement that posts itself in chat. Yeah, no, I don't think he's very good as a buffer. What I said, I think maybe you're thinking about the conversation about his speed effect. I think he can take over for Whittle and potentially even negate the need for champions like BBEG or Sentry. Like, it depends like on how many he's dropping. Like, you might, that part you have to test. I think he can take, I think he absolutely can take over for Whittle. Yeah, and but like early on, Shandy is better, and he only comes into that better speed later. He takes over for Shandy when you get enough potions where you don't need Shandy anymore. Then Lark goes in, and yeah. So that's not OP though. That's just strong. Like they have a strong. They get into their strength as a speed effect later in the game, and in a specific formation when you're down to like, X number of kills where X is below like 6. I feel like needed to progress, then they start shining, right? If you have them leveled up, right? Still requires you to have invested in them, but yeah, like any other champion. There's Valentine's. The champion that we were talking about as being OP, kind of, well, yeah, OP, sure. OP, I'll go out with OP, but I mean, there's a solid game development required to make them OP is Nordum. Nordum is real strong if you can get, your Modrons fully leveled up and 4 of them supercharged. But that's a late to end game power, but he's strong along the way. I mean, he's already strong for us. He's right here. He's already strong for us, and he has very little gear, right? So did we get no? Okay, go over here and look at their stuff. What's our Corver Greens at? All right. They're getting developed. Hitch already has 3 epics. Okay. This is the slow burn of getting everyone to full epic over here. And then what do we got over here? All right. It's pretty good. I mean, ideally, we want everyone to disappear off this list. If they disappear, that means they have green or better gear. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I think that lawful core is out of reach for, you know, anyone who wasn't already clearing tier 3 easily, you know. Forgot to do my own chest. And there's his 6th item. Right? Wait. No. Wrong person. It's King Shadows that has 5 already. Wow, we got a lot of candles. We built up a lot of candles. That's good. Whoever reflects can get a little bit of gear. What I feel is you can't get the lawful core as the first core. No. There'd be no way. Buried in tier 3, there's no way. I mean, we flew to the modest core, so there's no way you could get the lawful core first. I think there's a chance that if you had enough power from giveaways and maybe spent some money, that you might get the lawful core second. But I don't know that that's true. I think that's the only way you could consider it. Right? Okay, so we are now 275. We can move this back out here. We're going to need to rely on Fire Breath from here on out. Nifty games, 5 steps into the quad. Nice. Starting that run. So it should have been 800 or 14. Well, it should have been in Tails specifically because then it's available year round. We had this conversation yesterday. It has nothing to do with when you could get it, like in terms of your account progress, and more about the fact that it's there and available for you to work towards year round, and you don't have to wait for an event. Now I know Nordum's event is coming back around like in May or something, but then after May, it's gonna be a year, right? Like before people could get it again. So it's still not okay. Doesn't matter that Nordum's event isn't that far away right now, right? But at what level? But probably I mean, he's second row, so I'd say they could have put it at the 800. I think that's the tier 3 clear. I think the 1400 is tier 4, so I think 800. I think so. Variant 2 and Tails would have been the better place. We'll rework Nordum once a year opposite of that. It's not even opposite. Well, I guess, you know, halfway between his event, I guess is the way to put that. I guess you could call that opposite. But that's like, that hurts my brain in the same way that War Duck inverts things. Hey, Star Chaser. Today's code, all I see is when I get to like Ghoul Ebin, bitty bitty bop, like that's all I hear in my head, bitty bitty bop. And now I want to make a bitty bitty bop code for a tutorial show, and people will be like, what? Why is that a code? Hey, Amoeba. I don't even remember. Now I've got to go look up. Wow, what the hell is that song? Oh, Cantaloupe. Yes, by Us Three. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, bitty bitty bop. Funky, funky. Oh my god. I could, hold on. I think I could do this. I think I could. Bitty, bitty, bop, funky. Yes. Yes, it could happen. Has anybody ever tried that one? No. Okay. Nobody's used that one. Oh boy. Ah. Oh, that reminds me, I've got to get my codes made for the tutorial show in advance for over the break. So, actually, you know what? Let's do that right now. I'm going in my document. Let me go. So I already have the one in for this week. So it'd be the 20th, the 27th, and the 3rd. They should be back then the next week. Yeah. Okay. And then that's... What am I doing again? That's gotta be... Is that right? I gotta make sure these are accurate because he's gonna be on vacation. I can't ask him to redo it. We gotta do. No, I can't. Okay. So which one? Do I do it in the new year or do I do it in December? I think we do it in the new year. I used to be like, why is that? Why am I making a code like that? Hey, we're starting 2026 off right. um, does this fit? It does. Okay, that makes me happy. Yes. Okay. All right. Codes are ready. It's to be made whenever Sean gets around to it. I should test tomorrow's code today in case he was sick and he forgot to do it because he has been sick. Should probably. Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn this off for a second. Hold on. Nope. Not made yet. Okay. God dang it. Why does this... It's like anytime you open the Cryptex, it seems to break that. Silent Void asks, should I save my Modrag components for the fast core or just spend on the mod? I don't... So if you're talking about these component pieces, you shouldn't spend them at all early on. There's no need to. They're not going to do anything for you that's valuable. So these component pieces you just store up. Because all these do is upgrade pipes to a higher rarity, and early on, that doesn't matter. At a certain point, when you've unlocked a lot of your core, and you're like on the like if you had one piece, if a green was a blue or a blue was a purple, you'd get full epic flow. Then you could do it like it, but it shouldn't just be done like willy nilly. Like that's not like it's for specific purposes. You want to get you to something that you need, and not just I'm just gonna upgrade stuff. Yeah, don't do that. All right. Boom. That's one down. One to go. Okay. So now we go back to Grand Tour. And we're doing Overdue Rendezvous. Which should be an absolute cakewalk. Simply because we've got tons of favor. And we can just click through it potentially. Yeah, this needs speed potion. That's what we're looking at. All right. Actually, with I don't even know. I don't know if we can click all the way through it. 275 is pretty far to go with E25 favor. We'll see. We have more favor in Torms than we had in Kelivor, so it might be that I get away with like a 5-minute fire breath at the end instead of a 15, which is it would be good. What do we get? 100 feet. That must have come from like a triggered post on the reset after getting the feed out of that other chest. Gem gain is going to slow down because we're doing patron variants. So we're not getting rewarded with gems at the end. 15 time gate pieces. Dang it, Hank. That's now a flex champ and 2 champions, folks. Well, actually, no, because we're gonna. Well, yeah, no, it is. It's a flex champ and 2 champions. And then we're gonna have, you know, another one here shortly. Wow. All right. Am I thinking about time gating? I'm not. I'm trying not to think about it. Because every time I try to make a plan in this game, the game goes ha ha and throws us a curveball. So I'm not thinking about it. I'm trying to get this done, and then I'm gonna go try to get Blushi, and then we'll have unlocked. If I can get Blushi, then we'll have unlocked Strahd. And then I will think about who, like, do I flex or do I time gate? I mean, the flex seems better because it's just 3 time gate pieces and it's over real fast. No. Where are we on the evergreens? Is Zaka and Dragonbait done? No. No. When would we have had time to do that? When would we have time to do that? I don't know what we're doing anymore. We got an 11 from the giveaway. So Blushi would be 2. I could flex a 6. And then we time gate a 12. And that's the fastest way to get to split the party too. But I'm not trying to think about it because we might not be able to get Blushi. So yeah. It's all hypotheses and conjecture at the moment because who knows? Who knows what What's in store? I don't. It's not about difficulty, it's about time. Maxi, it's... Of course Azaka isn't difficult to get. But it takes a lot of time. We are currently... oh, this is going to show me with Mert. I can't do this. We got to do this. Maxi, I know how to play the game. Please stop trying to tell me how to play the game. That's what it's coming off as. If you're not trying to do that, please understand that that's how it's coming off. I'm explaining the process, and then you trying to say, well, this isn't that. And I've been playing this game for 8 years. I don't need that. It's 30 adventures or variants in. We're only completed 22. The 8 would take longer than just time gating a chain. So we're just talking about speed and doing it like as soon as possible, getting it done today. But I don't need to be walked through this. I know all the steps. What's wild and what I don't know is, are we even doing it this, in a way that makes sense? And that's not something that can be answered until it's already been done. And then looked at and reviewed. Right? Like, does it, when I sit down after this, did it make sense? Did some of these steps make sense? Would it have made more sense if I'd done them slightly differently? That's what ultimately this is going to inform is how do questions about, what's the best way to move forward get answered going forward. And that's going to take just some thought after we do this wildness. We need to see, is Blushi even possible? Otherwise, we wasted some time there, right? But it's worth trying. It's worth testing out. But people said, you've got enough power for Blushi, and I was like, I don't think I do, but maybe I do. And so now this is how we find out. This is how we find out. And I haven't even opened all these, so this is also helpful. This, I'm sitting on a lot of power that we haven't even availed ourselves of yet. And we still might be able to pull this off. And so that means that, if I can do it without the power, then other people coming in with this kind of power definitely can make it work, right? And then it's like, now there's the question of, once you get Hank just starts dumping time gate pieces on you. And do you stop every time you have 6? Like, I think you have to make informed decisions, like I'm doing, where it's like, no, you've got to see where you need it, but you also don't want to wait too long, because if you're going to stop and grab a speed champion, that could have made everything better. So, yeah. Hey, Traylon. Max area to reach at this point in the 700s. We haven't done an event though, right? Like I haven't done a deep push in the event, like a really deep push in the event. Just haven't had time. So right now we are at 759 was how far we pushed, and I believe that was in Witchlight. So we've got a good shot. There was another time gate piece. Ron asks, is Blushi good, or is this just a wild thing to be able to do at this point in the game? Both. Yeah. Mass Connect is like, yes to both. I'm not. Artemis will never touch one of my accounts, one of these new players. I mean, not and get used. I think we got him. Either we got him in a giveaway, or I flexed him just to get, like, I don't know, a seat for Split the Party. But I will never play Artemis on one of these accounts. It's an absolute waste of time and energy.
I already know he's bad early. I don't need to prove it just because people argue that he's good. Like, I've proven it before. I don't need to prove it again. And I don't need to prove anything to them. But Belushi is a strong buffer. She has a limited requirement that she has to be in from the start of a run. So you lose your speed champion if you're pushing with Belushi, because she needs to be in from the very beginning. She's a strong buffer. She's an okay tank. Yeah. Yeah. But this is also a wild thing to potentially be able to do before I've even gotten a Zaka. Like the way this works is, Sword Coast is a generic, is an endless campaign. We don't really rank it for difficulty because it goes from easy up to hard, in a manner of speaking. But Tomb Annihilation, easy campaign. Waterdeep Dragon High is the second easiest campaign. Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, the first of the medium difficulty campaigns, and then we tick up, and we're talking about like 3 into the mediums. We're not even doing the easy campaign first. We're just jumping ahead and going straight to the third most difficult of the medium campaign. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Just having tank options in different seats is good. That's ultimately what we're looking for. But to get the most out of Belushi, she has to be in from the very start of the run. She's also an evil tank, right? So, that's nice for a couple reasons. Like Mert wants good or evil, but also you might be doing variants that want evil, and you might not have a good evil tank, like, because you can't use Archon's a garbage evil tank. So Belushi gives you a pretty good evil tank. Oh yeah, she's also a magic tank, isn't she? Yeah, and that's rare. There are some variants where you can only use magic users, so those were always tough to do because for a long time they didn't have tanks. Braylon, 10 steps through the quad. Nice. Walnut for the word. No. J-Dog's just trolling chat at this point with bad comments. We're kind of finding out how far we can click here. We're at 179 so far. I don't think we're going to make it to 200 before we get to 200, but we'll see. I don't think we have quite enough for that. Got any chests? No. Just time gate pieces. Just time gate pieces. Talk. Thank you for 3 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Like we can get into the 180s.
Ugh. It definitely feels like this hour-long potion was overkill, but it's difficult to judge like 275 when you only have 8 champions. Like how quickly you're going to get through it. But at the moment, I'd rather overkill and get through it quickly. Plus, we had a stack of these, so. Yeah, it looks like we're only getting into like the 180s, maybe 190. Over here, I'm just going to pull it. And we'll do this with... Oh, we got plenty of bud, so we'll just do a fire breath potion here in a bit. Do we have a couple? Yeah, okay, we got a couple of these. So I'll try a 5-minute one, otherwise we'll add another 5-minute one. Much easier to use the 5-minute ones, when you're just... They're inexpensive. We have a couple, and even if we hadn't needed to make one, they don't cost much. Speaking of, hold on. What is a 5-minute? That's 4. These are 24. What does one of these distill down into? 6. Okay. All right, so you don't want to break them down, but it is more efficient to craft like 3 5-minutes than a 15-minute for fire breath. Specifically, because we just need bud-based damage. We don't need tons of bud-based damage. Like this is enough. 60 seconds worth of bud-based damage. That's more damage than our DPS is doing. Right? Because you gotta remember, bud is literally your damage per second. So if, Minsk is hitting, let's say every 4 seconds. So Minsk's attack that's killing things is 4 seconds of bud-based damage. So a small fire breath at 60 seconds is 15 times the damage. Right? Wow, Lae'zel only kicked in right at the end there. Lae'zel really does want favored foe champions to be paired with that are creating lots of extra enemies. So that when you do get to a barricade area, you're not sitting there smacking the barricade forever. Man, Mert is like insult to injury when it comes to gems. Like, not only are we not getting gem rewards for doing patron variants, we can't use Eliwick. Like, thanks, Mert. Really? Thanks. Are we getting any of the challenges done? We are. Okay. We got one done. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. I don't have a Modron core in the background, so without that I don't really like doing stuff. We did a little bit with Brunor, clearing a couple variants in another time gate piece. Clearing a couple variants in Tomb of Annihilation. But we basically maxed out on what we could click kill through. So there isn't anything else I could really have him do anymore there. Definitely couldn't click through Wild Beyond the Witchlight. So I mean, we could start it. We could have started him on something, I guess. It wouldn't have. I don't know. I'm not used to doing that stuff. That's an extra layer of sped up progress that a new player could choose to do that I'm not doing. So I don't know. I think that's fine. Again, some of the decisions I make are to try to kind of, tie one arm behind my back in comparison. I can't get rid of the knowledge I have, but I can try to restrict my speed a little bit artificially as a trade-off. All right, so we're up to 17 time gate pieces. It's just like, I heard you like time gate pieces. We have over half of his time gate pieces now. We're nowhere near half of the Electrum chest. We need more Electrum chest drops. Yeah. I mean, Calyx is an option in... I mean, you don't have to put him in the tank slot, first off, to just use him for speed. I don't believe. Do you? Anyway, if you do, he'd be good for Avernus, where you need multiple tanks. There's an Electron. So there's use cases for them. Anywhere you have multiple tanks, he comes in, and if he needs to be in the front for the speed, then he's there. I can't remember. Oh, just the Briv, yeah. Oh, that's fine. I've got other tanks. We got Havilar too, although that takes away. Well, I could use Havilar here. I don't know. I think Calyx would work here. Calyx. Yeah, evil. So yeah, Calyx would work in Mert. Yeah, and then we just have Havilar tank. Oh, that wore off, so... Large potion of speed. Almost there. Here we go. Done. Done prepping Mert. All right. So we can deactivate that patron. We can hop to Witchlight. And start a 350 Prince of 1,000 Enemies. Hour-long speed potion. That should have worked. So I'm choosing to level up my click damage in these places where we have a lot of favor, so it saves me fire breath potions. We're still not quite into the part of the game where we're just earning, where we can earn tons of potions yet. That was a giant snail shell, yeah. It was. I don't think we have any chests. No, okay. Let's go to Mert. Shop. Time gate piece. Done. So now, and we've got, enough so that Monday we'll be able to buy a time gate piece, be able to buy a time gate piece. And then hopefully we can get to Strahd, which would add another time gate piece. We'd be up to 3 a week just from patron purchases. And that's super efficient. That's lots of time gates. That makes it nice so that you can use like your Hank time gate pieces and your natural time gate pieces all constantly, and then you'll have, the Monday before a flex champion opens up in weeks 2 and 3, you'll have enough time gate pieces for the event. Like, it just takes a lot of stress off. It is what I'm looking for, more time gate pieces. I know I'm frustrated that we have so many time gates to do, and then I hop in and there's 0 favor and they're slower and stuff. But the problem is before now, and even to a certain degree now, I was picking time gates to try to get us, champions we needed, and they were going to get us run up, but we just weren't getting to use them right away. But like in the very near future, I definitely going to time gate Shandy, and the second we have her, she's going to rock for us. We could look to time gate like BBEG. We could look to time gate Human. Basically, we're at the point now where it's like, yes, we can build out a speed party. And that's a big deal. Why does this look like a puzzle piece? They're just selling a puzzle piece? That's what it is. Okay. I don't understand. But sure. Scrooge McDuck it in the time gate piece bin. No. There's Tess's, but it's a white. 18 time gate pieces. Yeah.
If we weren't trying to kind of race towards something to see how early we could get it, we would have burnt those time gate pieces by now. Absolutely. Just to get to split the party right away. Absolutely would have. But yeah. Because at this point, that's the quickest way to. Well, 2 of these plus the flex champion is the quickest way to get to split the party too. We could ignore Belushi completely. Which of the Tiefling supports be useful with a Brimstone Angels team? I mean, yeah, Kent, Shaka, Strix, Nixie. I mean, Nixie's okay. Shaka is hit or miss because of the puzzle. Like, if the puzzle works out, you're good, but not. Then you're not. Yeah, I don't. Anyone that you might be able to use a feat on could also be helpful. I mean, Kent or Carlock. Carlock would help. Carlock has support functionality. Talon's just kind of weak. Prince is a pure DPS, so not helpful. You know, later on, Windfall. I mean, you could use Lark if he feels a little weak. I do like Shaka. Like, Shaka can be better. You know, Shaka has the potential to have really good buffs. It's just, you gotta play the puzzle. Obviously, if you throw Mehen in there. Yeah. High charisma. Yeah. What's that's true. What's Farida's charisma? Farida's got 18 charisma. So pretty sure that qualifies for Nixie. I would be shocked if 18 didn't qualify for Nixie. Okay. Well, she's the only one that needs it then, right? Hold on. Let me pull up Nixie. I don't use Nixie a lot. Just because of the randomness, but yeah, so she gets Blazing Charisma. And that's all that matters, I think. Yeah, and then she's got Infernal Impact, which boosts based off Tieflings, so Nixie would fit in great for a Farida formation. So yeah, you would absolutely use Nixie. Yeah, anyone with a feat that can change species is also on the table. So Myria would be strong in 12. I haven't gone through and made the glitch feat guide yet to be able to point people to that. But. Well, I mean, Carlock, yeah. Carlock can buff her column and the column behind her. You don't want to use her as the tank. You want Havilar to be the tank, ideally. And then if you need a second tank, you use Myria with her feet. If you need a third, then you're in, you know, more trouble. But. Well, yeah, but the idea is going for Tieflings. Like, if you're really trying to lean into the Tiefling thing. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to remember it's worth giving. It might, depending on who you're using, it might be worth giving up a tiefling or a stronger buffer. Might. You've got to test that out. Stop feeding me ads for AI. Stupid websites. I mean, there might be a point with Nixie where if you have enough tieflings, she becomes better than other people in seat 1. And it's all about figuring out, like, where's the break point, like, especially with Farida, since not only is she a multi-attack champion and a reflected damage champion, breakers aren't as important. Doesn't mean they're not nice, but they're not as important. There's a chest. Oh, we looted a gold. Didn't even see it. Huge potion of speed. Nice. That's huge for us. Ugh. All right. Well, I mean, it's one closer to her having 6 pieces of gear. And just... Yeah. That's a giant snail. Oh no, I like it too. Don't get me wrong. I like my breakers. I like my breakers. I really want to get. I really would like that to be a skin line. B boy and B girl, so and so. Like they're but only for the breaker champions. I want it so bad. What do I need to do? I need to go. No, I don't care about that. I want them. Where's here? There. Adventures. Wild Beyond the Witch Line. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh. It's the 4th adventure node in Wild Beyond the Witch, like in the Feywild. So Prince of 1,000 Enemies. We then still have to do Downfall, Slackjawed Lorna, and then the Fairy Rings of Thither. So after this, we have 3 more adventures to do before we can attempt the variant. Okay. Bully for you is what we'll be doing. Can't use Fire Breath. Click damage doesn't work after area 100. Gotta go 600 areas. And you lose a champion every like 25 or something like that. Esmeralda with a breakdance. Well, yeah, the B girl Esmeralda. Yeah. We would want it for every breaker though. B-Girl Esmeralda, B-Boy Grim, B-Boy Binwin, B-Girl Minthara, B-Girl Skilla, B-Girl Windfall, B-Boy Gosrick and Lucius. I'm not exactly sure what we do for Human. Yeah, I don't know. B-Boy Wolfgar, B-Girl Celise. What would be funny for Human in that scenario? Like it's 3 kobolds in what? Like what are they doing? It would be that would make sense for like breakdancing. No. You wouldn't they'd have to be in something. They have to be in a costume. Let me see. Oh, what if it's DJ Mon and they're the DJ? What if they're like the DJ? That would be funny. Because you want them to be outside the box because they're so outside the box anyway. We could have DJ Mon. It would be interesting. Yeah, I like the idea of DJ Mon. Not exactly sure what that would look like, but that's not my job. Not my job to come up with. My job is just to select breakdancing skins. Come on. Hey, Shavik. So it looks like here, because we got E27, we can get our click damage over 200. But we still got to go to 350. I'll probably pop a 15. Hey. Slowly but surely getting there. Fortunately, everyone that we have green or better is like, you know, Hank, Esmeralda, Lae'zel, Dynahair. They're all Tails champions, and we'd have to stop and go back and do their stuff to get them better gear. The people that I have chests for, we just don't. They're not green or better yet. Okay, now we need like 15-minute 5 rounds. Why did I not? Oh god, we left someone out of this whole time? Why? We never put Minsk in. Why? Should have been like this. Oh my god. I just noticed in the save formation, I was like, what? That's a big gain, Ethel. Yeah. Hold on, is there like a... Should have been a good weekly offer. Did everybody see the Street Fighter movie promo? I forgot to post it in the Discord. I'll drop it in chat. And then go post it in the Discord. Also, there's a Definity. I posted the preview or the CGI trailer for Divinity, which is going to be the next big. Larian's going back to their series, and man, that video is not safe for work in any way, shape, or form. They're definitely like, hey, we're making an RPG for adults. Hey, Dad's Lover. Oof. $50 more areas. I mean, it feels like we should be able to do this with the speed team. Okay.
More levels. It's 700 gems. All right. Next one up, downfall. Area 400. Oh, oh. You're not messing around. All right. Let's get everybody loaded in this time. Get these first. Lord Sparrow asks, how do you decide what equipment to put shiny potions on? Depends on what you're working towards. As far as I know, I'm limited to the 5 one-time potions to the patrons. Seems real important. Well, you can get more than that over time. Like we just got one from the Winterfest celebration, right? Like those quarterly celebrations tend to get one as well. But yeah, there's 4 from the patrons. There's 4 shinies from the patrons. I think the Guinevere pack might have given one. And then there's a golden from Elminster. So how do you know what to put them on? I start with speed, I started with Eliwick, like on her slot 2 for more gems, because getting her gems going was good. But then later, this translates, this same item also buffs her gold find and her buff. So it's a super efficient place to put one early, and it scales throughout the game. I'm seriously considering putting my next one on Diana, or we'll be right back for her speed effect, because I find it makes it way more efficient to get her to her cap. And the sooner I can get her into her efficient place, then the sooner I can start investing into champions that need even a lot more, like Human, right? So I start with speed champions that have a speed item that makes sense to have shiny early, like Eliwick and Diana. Now I'm torn, because I could also put it on, instead of Diana I could put it on Sentry, but I'm making a choice, like which one do I want to use first. I think we're just going to go ahead and pull the trigger here and put it on Diana. We'll be right back. Now she's going to be even speedier, which is what we want. Oh, and we got some contracts I can throw in her now. Yeah, 45. We're almost to 50. Basically, just trying to get her to 50, and then we'll go back to Eliwick. These can get popped. These can get popped, and 3 of those can get popped. So yeah, I start with the speed champions because, I mean, it's going to just help you complete content quicker, right? You should always start off with a speed group. And if it's strong enough, it'll just finish the content for you, right? Like we just did, even though we were going 350 areas. We did it with this the speed team. The best distractions. They're little like alligator crocodile, I don't know, with in parachutes coming flying through in the background. It's great. Once you've done the speed stuff, I mean, there's okay. So here, let's look. So Eliwick in 10. So Diana, Sentry, Human. So there's 4. And then probably if you're gonna chase Briv gem farming, then you go Briv, and that's 5. There's like 5 of them, but like, so the 4 from patrons, if there's only, can't remember if the Guinevere pack gives one or not. We got one from somewhere, and I don't remember what. So if you're looking at the ones from, if it's just patrons, but I think there's one early. I think you get 5 early. So Diana, or excuse me, Eliwick, Diana, Sentry, Human, and then if you're going to chase Briv, then throw one on Briv. Because the reality over here is Deacon doesn't need it, Thalora doesn't need it. You wouldn't be using Esmeralda in an actual gem farm. Lae'zel doesn't need it. You could use it on Whittle, but I don't know that it's necessary. Nahara doesn't need it. BBG doesn't need it. Normally you wouldn't use Dynahair in a speed team. Like eventually we're going to try to get out of Dynahair. She has a thing with this, but we're going to try to move away from this. BBG is just better. And I wouldn't want to, I'm not even considering Halson. Calyx doesn't need it. Xander doesn't exist. Shandy doesn't need it. Lark could, but again, that's late game, and I don't know that it's necessary. But Minsk doesn't need it. Tatiana does not work that way, so don't even bother. Again, you're not using Havilar. Virgil, really, you'd be using Eliwick. And these two, I wouldn't bother. So yeah, so there's like 5. You really just kind of need like 5 shinies. Brivs arguably could then later get upgraded when you get to Elminster so that you could use the epic potion on Brivs and then you'd get a shiny back. Once you get out of the speed champions, then it's more about like what champions are you using that have a really strong pre-stack item. You want to aim for the strongest ones first. Because whatever in item level investment you've put into them, then putting a shiny on makes it even better. Okay? Makes it 50% better. But I definitely target the speed champions first, simply because they're going to generate power through blacksmithing contracts and bounty contracts for you. Yeah, 1475. All right, we'll wait. We'll get another in a second. Do we get any electrons? No. What the hell? What the hell, Diana? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Because it's not your job. You're not doing your. If you're not giving me electrums, you're not doing your job. I'm speeding you through the adventure. What are you talking about? So after this, there should be a node that's like right here. And then we have 2 adventures to do there to get to the variant that we need to complete. To attempt to unlock Belushi. And Belushi is a very, we'll talk about it when we get there. Belushi is a very interesting unlock. It's called Bully for You, and then they've taken the bully for variant. They've done it again. They do it in Sword Coast for Bully for Vecna as well. So it's this idea with it. Basically, there's an NPC in the party, and every X number of areas, it knocks a member of your party out of the party, and you can't use them again. But it does it based off a requirement, and you can control it, basically, if you understand that. So you bully the bully. The frog heads on the lily pads are brutal. All right, 3 gold chests. Another epic. Of course, it's for Archon. course it is. Put a shiny on my head and his buff gain an order of magnitude and potency. Okay. I mean, again, the shinies are about like putting a gilding on something is basically saying I am going to now put a lot of item levels on this. You know, I am going to commit to putting item levels on this champion going forward. Because without the item levels, it doesn't mean a whole lot. But it's good that it went up for you. Speaking of, I've got froggies I was going to use. I was going to use at least one. Because we now have Gale sitting at item level 173. So he's going to be in our pushing group from now on. I don't want to put it on any of the 4 champions, and Lark doesn't need it. He's not really going to be in our pushing group, so stop it. Gale from a time gate? No, Gale was from a giveaway that was from like a year ago. It's like, so the most recent Epic giveaway where you unlock it through the Epic Game Store itself. When I reset my account, those giveaways are always still there, so it was kind of like, it was as if we were starting with a little bit of a giveaway, because that's where most of the people that start the game tend to come in off a giveaway. So we were kind of doing that, but not really. Again, so I was having less power and progress than most people who would come in. Yeah, as a way to try to show that anybody can do this kind of stuff. So yeah, it was Gale, Halson, and Carlock all came from that. Well, it's I don't. It doesn't matter. Enormous chunks. You can get like the one I was talking about is from a year ago. So saying that they're getting all the giveaways is, I mean, is Epic more interested in giving free stuff away than other platforms? Yes. And so that opens up more opportunities for Codename Entertainment to be able to do giveaways, but ultimately it's not, you know, ultimately you can get everything that they're giving away except the familiars. Like the familiars are well, they didn't even put one in this pack. They put a skin in it instead. But yeah, it's was it Steam got 2 giveaways in a row this summer? I don't know. I don't track that stuff at all because it doesn't really mean anything to me. Like on my main account, I don't care. I have all the champions, so all it's doing is giving me more gear for like more item levels for them. So it doesn't mean. Have I seen that? Yeah, we did that yesterday. It's like, see, here's King of Shadows. Here's Dark Urge. Valentine's over here. So, oh, it is what it is. It's more for trying to encourage people to play the game than anything else. Yeah. If you happen to get free stuff, fine. Like, you've already played the game and you get stuff that you didn't have, great. But there's just as many people going, oh, I just time gated that person, or I already have them. And it's like, yeah, 'cause that's not what it's about. But if CNE could, it feels like they would do giveaways equally to all the different places, but the platforms don't allow that. Okay, now we need... So we got halfway through, we got over 200 in about 17 minutes, 16 minutes. Let's see if we can finish off 400 in a similar time. What the hell? Oh, the frog ate me. I was like, where'd Briv go? But yeah, the game needs a constant influx of new players always, because there's always people just deciding, okay, well I've done what I wanted, and then moving on. Always gonna happen. Really? No electrums? Really? What's going on? What's going on, Diana? Interesting thing to me about these, I gotta look at these distractions some more. Well, whenever I'm playing this on my main account, they're dying instantly. And of course I do this and then they don't have any here. Great. Thanks. Really though, what happened to all the distractions? We got nothing. We got nothing coming in. There's an electrum. Diana's like, you want a distraction? Here, go open this electrum, Jess.
Yep, alright, never mind. Now they'll start showing up again. There's that item for Briv. We're not putting item levels into him though. We tried that on one playthrough where I boosted him a ton just to make him like just a super beefy tank and also give him a little more speed, and wasn't really worth it. There they are. There they are. Oh my god, you bastards. And now you go away. There. Yeah, they just kind of... When you click them, they just kind of poof. Like they don't fall to the ground or like other things do. I can't even click on one. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, they just psh. I don't know what that is. Did we just obliterate them midair? Is that... I don't understand. What are we doing on time? 9 minutes. Yeah. That's good. Means we did 100 areas in 6 minutes. Well, 6 minutes of that potion. Ooh, 500 gems exactly. No, Diana. Dang it, not even one we'd want. Well, I guess it's fine. We'll swap it out here. Yeah, these are the gem feats. These are the ones we actually want, but it could have been a specialization, which would have been good. Either of these would have been fine. We're gonna get to the point where we're gonna need to start saving up gems for, oh well, familiars first, but then also speed feeds. Say familiars first because we've got a 5,000 gem gelatinous cube. We'll want that first. And then the 12.5 speed feeds almost are more important than this because they're not that far off of this one, and then they'll let us earn gems faster. What's more important than that one to me? We'll pick up every 12,500, 12.5k gem feed, and then all of those should then help speed us up to the point where we can then easily pick up the 50k ones. But we'll grab a familiar or two along the way. Right. Oh, this guy's such a giant toad. Always getting in the way. Mm-hmm. 65 areas to go. How are we doing on damage? Yeah, okay. We're still a good chunk ahead of area-based monster health. Whoa, there were like 3 of them there. I only got 1. He ate brews. Again. No. Got him. Got him. I probably should. Oh wait, hold on. No. Yeah, I'm still on weekly party. We need to see what the weekend party is. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna restart real quick. Trigger the weekend party. Come on, show up. There it goes. Okay. March of the Modrons weekend. Niali, not using them. Calliope, not using them. Human, don't have them. Candy, don't have them. Yorvin, don't have them. Great. I get nothing. You'll get nothing and like it. We might get Yorvin soon, yeah. There's the weekend chest. Gold marching chest. Got little Modrons marching across the top of it. It can sit there because, you know, if everything goes according to plan, which when does that happen? We could end up with Yorvin at some point. It wouldn't be today, it'd be next week. Today would be a flex for 6 and a time gate for 12, if we can get Belushi. And the 6 would probably be Shadowheart because Candy isn't available in the event. So again, a flex for 6, time gate for 12. So flex would probably be Shadowheart because I already know how Krull works early game, but I don't really know how well Shadowheart works early game. So might as well take the opportunity to see. Well, early into mid, I should say. We're in a weird place. I haven't really decided on 12. If we were to time gate in 12. I mean, Myriad be at the top of my list. But Bobby would get us scales. So probably Bobby. Probably test out like how well do the scales scavenge early on. Be a good test. People do ask that a lot, so.
All right. We have completed Downfall. Now it's time for Up Trip. Wait, no. Slackjaw Lorna. I get 450. Man, it's just climbing, climbing, climbing. All right, let's do an hour. There we go. Okay, thank you for the follow.
You couldn't possibly be any dumber. You go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Oh, I love that scene. I love that scene. No, I did. Well, I played that clip. It's a clip. It's a movie clip from Dumb and Dumber. I wish it was the whole thing. But there's a button to press. Only choices to press it. Just a fun thing that costs a lot of the grudge coins. I should see if there's the one from Billy Madison. That would be another good clip, but all right, we got a couple chests we can buy. Right now I'm still prioritizing chests over familiars because I just feel like I don't have enough potions. It still feels like potion efficiency is still a problem. Hey, Mask and Act. Yeah, I'm not sure I should have been using... I was using the hour-long ones, but I don't think that's necessary, but... difficult to say. I'm using them because we had a stack of them. So I figured I might as well burn them, but... but yeah, like 450 is a ways. Well, you know, again, you're kind of... you haven't had time, because we're kind of progressing through these things so quickly, we haven't had time to get blacksmithing contracts onto speed champions and develop those speed champions so that we could go 400 areas with just some 15 minutes, right? So it is a little brutal. It does make potions feel a bit less available. And I'm like trying to distill everything I can. I have to say, I'm a little frustrated that when you distill a potion, you don't get the same amount of reagents as it takes to craft one. That's a little. Get 25. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that, but we have to live with it. So I'm trying to. Now I don't want to break down. I don't want to break down any purples because that just feels horribly inefficient, and I'm almost tempted to stop. Just not going to break down any fire breath. Definitely, I was never going to break down speed, but I got to stay away from breaking down fire breath, which I had been considering. And just stick to the others. 15-minute long ones standalone are just slow. I mean, it's, you know, once you've gone, you know, ludicrous speed, everything feels a little slow, but not necessarily. It's about trying to find an efficient path, you know, for your resources, and that isn't always about just pure speed. And again, that's where like a Shandy helps, because she adds a speed effect, and if you can get your Modron core leveled up, that has a potion-like speed effect. And stuff like that just starts to be nice. Where's the... Is it Icewind Dale that has the potion one that makes potions more effective? That's also nice too. It's Icewind Dale. So like again, a lot of that's locked behind progression and oh, there's another time gate piece. It's almost too many things to chase, you know. There's 19 time gate pieces now. The stack, it's stacking up. Stacking up. So let's try an hour and a 15-minute here and see. I mean, that's only 3938. It's not even a 4x speed, but it does feel, definitely feels stronger. But how quickly is it gonna get us through? Yeah, if you've got the Human feet, that's a mini Shandy potion, right? Like a mini Shandy feet. Tess. 33. Kind of want to. Two, 4, 5, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 23, 27, 29, 31, 32. Oh no, 36, 38. I'm off. My count's off. How did my count get 5 off? Oh well. False progress. False hope. Halfway through Barovia. Do they call it Ravenloft for you? That would be interesting. They might.
There was Electrum. Oh, couple. Okay. There's one we can mark off. And there's another. Make your own tree ant kit. What? How about we don't? How about we don't? Yeah, it had something to do with the extra champions we got, I'm sure. But it was weird. I thought I accounted for them correctly when we added them, but I may have missed I may have forgot to add when we time gated somebody. Or it could have just been Nordum. I may have forgot to up it for Nordum. It was probably for Nordum. Oh, I missed this earlier. My bad. How would I use Scales of Tiamat? Like on this account, I don't have a lot of options. The only champion that currently qualifies is Gale, and I could put a legendary on each of these items. And if I didn't have anybody else, then I would look to just level those up. But hopefully by the time we get to the point where we have scales, I will have more epics on champions that would be in a pushing group. Because it's not just any, you don't just put them on any epics, you want them on ones that you're using in your pushing group. So and currently my pushing group doesn't have a lot. I don't care that Lark qualifies. He is not qualified because he isn't a champion I would want in my pushing group. He isn't a strong champion. Not for support, not as a support. I'm using him because the other option is Ashara, and he's speed and okay for the speed team. He's just in for speed team right now. So legendary effects don't boost speed. They just add damage, so they're not. You wouldn't invest that onto someone just because they're on a speed team. You want to look for your pushing team. Again, hopefully by the time we get there, we'll have. With Tess in the party, he becomes a better buffer. I think we've used him for pushing, but I don't think he's going to last. I think if we get even Shadowheart or Krull, I think could outpace him. Unless we get another fallback, until we get a third fallback champ that we'd want in, maybe. Oh, we did 200 areas in like 5 minutes. Yeah, that feels just... This feels like I'm wasting a large. I know it's fast. It's nice to fly through it, but...
But not having anybody to put scales on doesn't mean you wouldn't want to collect scales, right? Like, still picking up Bobby would potentially be good, but we'll see. But like, you know, events, reward scales, once we complete tier 2 or higher, we're still a ways out from getting that kind of a reward, simply because we're a ways out from the end of the event. We're 12 days from the end of the event. Who knows what's going to happen in that time, right? I mean, we could actually be doing Trials of Mount Tiamat. I think it's entirely possible that we will be doing Trials of Mount Tiamat before, like, we will have started it before the event ends, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, trying Shadowheart out. I'm not going to have that many item levels, but I wanted to see, like, how does she compare early on in 6. Hey Roz, welcome. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we should get average item level 100 out of the event for everybody. We have enough power to clear tier 2. We just haven't had time to go back and do it. We could have so much more power if we took more time, but we're pretending to be in a hurry. There's an item for Mel. Pretending to be in a hurry, kind of. Or 50. 155 areas still to go. See if the potions hold. It feels so weird to just be sitting on 19 time gate pieces. So weird. But I get it. I get it now why people are like into the 20s and they're like, I've got like 20 something time gate pieces. I'm like, why? And now I know why. Now I know why. Because there's a certain point where it feels like every time you turn around, you're doing a time gate, and people think like, and you'll be like, well, I'm getting progress stuff. Why would I stop? I get it. I get why they say that now. It still feels weird. Feels weird. Almost to 50. And then we'll ramp Eliwick to 100. Could open some of those silver chests. Well, no, we need them for Blushi. I need some. Why? I need to save. I need to save and open them for Blushi. But now we only have straw left. A for the moment. 20 silver chests. We won't need Zariel's a little bit. I don't even know for how long. A couple days. So 69 silvers. Nice. So we have 49 left over. Those 49 should get Blushi into green or better gear. And then all of our gold chests will go to her. I guess I could start. Just saving for gold chests. Like saving up the gold chest to get her up. So we can just shoot her straight to blue or better. I should have been doing that. We just needed 6. I just needed to hold on to 6. Still possible. We'll get, what, 900 from this. There's 2, and then probably another. Yeah. We should have 6 by the time I unlock her. Yeah, I got 90 zones here, which is 18 bosses worth of gems, plus whatever the next area goal is for the next one, and then the variant. So we've got, yeah, we should be fine. 18 bosses doesn't feel like 300 to 500 gems. But I guess it depends on the. We only have a single card on Eliwick. You know, shuffle your hand, Eliwick. Get me some more. Give me some more gem part. Oh, and of course, just flames. Of course, we get flames. Ugh. Watch me not get a single gem card. I only got one. Okay, so at least we're on par with what we had before. Give me one more gem card. Make it worth. No. Screw you too. Screw you too. All right, what do we got? We got. Oh, this speed potion is wearing off. Oh well. Bavlorna blight straw. Come on. Finish her. There we go. All right, 50 areas, 5 minutes. That should happen. That should happen. But not opening. All right, even more progress. 34. This is the roughest milestone yet. Like, trying to get all of the event greens. Like event champions into greens. We just got so many from tails and then time gates that it just screws you over. And we're not generating enough like tokens to just easily get even the ones from events to greens like with named silvers. Oh, I haven't done any of the variants for tails yet. But that's gold gear and they don't give you silvers. But again, that's gold gear. That's I won't use those until the champion is green or better. So it doesn't. That's just the rule on this account. It would help normal players, and it absolutely. But no opening a gold chest on this account for a champion that doesn't have green or better gear. That's just the way. That was the rule that I set for myself to test out. It feels bad. It feels real bad. I wish I hadn't done it, but I had to do it. I had to do it once to know for sure, even though my gut told me. I had to know for sure. Yeah. I mean, she's been delivering a lot. Diana's been delivering a lot, to be fair. It just feels like I would need a lot more. We're already up to 94 out of 300, so I mean, she's delivered more than Hank has, right? And yet Hank's the one that feels like we're stacking up. Hank's over halfway there. She's only a third of the way there, so... Go. Slackjaw Lorna. Alright. And this is it. The Fairy Rings of Thither. 500 completion area. Good lord. Good lord. Get going on that. Do another one of these. Three gem cards this time. We're gonna have enough chests. We're gonna have enough chests. It's not a problem. Not a problem anymore. Blue pearl necklace. Is that... Ugh. Trying to figure out like the best filter for this is... Yeah, probably that. Okay. Nope, we already had the green. Okay.
Oh yeah, because here's three. Here's 3 of the 6 we need right there. Don't open them. Don't open them. Oh, I'll open that electrum then. There's something for Caddy Bree. It's a white. 20 time gate pieces. So we got, oh yeah, we got Caddy Bree's last item then. She at least has 6, but she's not full green yet. It's not a battle, Devik. I tried to just deflect, but just I mean, you can just like someone's music, and honestly, you don't have to justify why you like someone's music to anyone else, unless that person is like a Nazi, and then, well, then you have to justify why you're supporting a Nazi, which is a whole other thing, which you can't really. I mean. But that's a whole other. Like, that's just not, you know, you just can't. There's certain things you can't justify. So it's like, but you don't have to justify why you like a musician. Unless they're just a jerk to people, then somebody might ask. But at the end of the day, that's not necessarily the music. Have I planned out the bullying yet? Nope. Nope. I'm doing all that live while we do it. Doing it live. No, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Then you don't justify it because, like, the old saying, "What do you call somebody who? What do you call someone who who supports Nazis? Or it's a Nazi. It's the same name. You're still a Nazi." You don't have to actively be out there doing it. If you support what they're doing, it's still a Nazi. Still a Nazi. No justification for that. Might just copy your stuff for Bully for You. I mean, if you have the same champions, you absolutely can. Ultimately, Bully for You is about, I mean, spoiler alert, it's just you decide what your 9 best champions are for that scenario, and then you manipulate the bullywug to leave you with those 9 champions. You're in control of that variant, despite what people might think.
Hey, Lydia. Sneaky, sneaky. Hitting the button without saying hi. I mean, the weather warmed up here a bit, so that's nice. Although it's supposed to get down below freezing again tonight, I guess. Let me see what it's looking like. Oh, tomorrow's bad. Or, oh, Sunday, excuse me. Sunday looks bad. Well, tomorrow looks kind of bad, too. At least overnight. But then it looks like after this weekend, things are in a more acceptable place again. How's the hunt for work? There isn't any. I mean, not for what I do. So. Yeah. I gotta just... It's at the point now where I kind of just gotta bail on the video game industry and, you know, find anything that can get me a steady paycheck. Well, not anything. So many of the jobs are like AI stuff. I refuse. Absolutely refuse. So, you know. But they list all kinds of stuff like data entry or, you know, content creation specialist, blah, blah, blah. And then you open it up and it's like, you know, you're correcting AI, like you're, you know, correcting AI responses to make them better, or you're coaching AI. Like, and I was like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't mind that. Generally speaking, I don't mind when it gets cold. The problem here is that our laundry room is not properly insulated on the outside. No matter what we do, if it drops below freezing for long enough, that pipe will freeze, and then we can't do laundry. And we worry about the risk of it breaking. Yeah. That's the problem, Lediath, is it's like they could just hire you to they could just hire people to do the work, because in like if you're having to hire people to correct the work, like that doesn't it's not gonna get better, you know. I was happy to see 2 of the TV shows that I watched this week both had AI episodes. Like, have had AI episodes in the last week or so. And both of them were just kind of very correct. Like, hey, sure, try it out. Yeah, well, here's what happened. Like, this was not a good idea. And they pointed out the problems in a very... They weren't just like, it's all bad. Like, there were people who were like, this is horrible. What is going on? But then there were people who were like, you know, trying to look at it and then it's just like, oh no, you know, this just doesn't work. You just can't do this. I did not try to watch that ad. It didn't come up for me on any TV. I fast forward through ads. I record everything and then we don't watch ads. So, And I did not hunt it out to see it. Exactly, Lediath. Exactly. Like any editor, any book editor will tell you that just because a writer writes a book doesn't mean it's any good. Like you then have to go through and edit it, and editing is a process, right? And it's a lot of work. Well, when you do that with AI, you're just creating a lot of work. Basically, you're having to go in and redo stuff, and you've got to have the technical knowledge then if you're trying to have it do something technical. And at the end of the day, why didn't you just have somebody do it in the first place? Oh yeah, no, that's true as well, Shevik. A lot of the stuff that's like, supposedly AI or robots or what, it's just people. It's just people answering it as if it's AI. And it's usually people getting paid next to nothing in some other country. Yeah. Mm-mm. That's why on Google, if you Google anything nowadays, you just end it with like -AI at the end, and it won't give you the AI responses. I know, so I hate that I have to type that in every time, but like -AI. But I don't want to see the responses. I don't want to even running through the machines. But yeah, I love the ones that are like, look at our new robots, and then they get caught. You can totally tell that it wasn't a robot. It was a person who had like a VR headset on. Let's not do any. Let's not even talk around any links for AIs. I don't want people going and looking for stuff. It's just not. I refuse. But I don't want AI in my anything. Thanks. But yeah, I think there's even been stuff showing that even some of like the supposed to be like smart cars, like that drive themselves, were actually just people driving them remotely. Which is just ridiculous. You just hire a person to drive the car. Oh, 5 electrons. Like that. It's a white though. It's a white, that's a white. Duplicate whites. All right, so everybody has at least white gear now. All the event, that's a semi-milestone. All of the event champions have a piece of gear. All of my champions. No champion has empty slots now. That's good. Yeah, the epic. It was the Dark Urge party pack with Dark Urge, King of Shadows, and Valentine. That was free. That's free right now. Everybody can go get that. You have to actually claim it in the Epic Game Store. It's not a log into Idle Champions and automatically receive thing. Okay, so we lost our speed potion, but it took over 300 hours. I don't want to run another one. Well, I think one of the problems is like, what happens if they make a real AI? I don't think they're remotely close to that yet. Because one of the problems is, and you know, this was something that I studied a lot when I was in college, so 30 years ago, was, you know, what defines knowledge? Like what is intelligence, right? Like it was kind of the core focus of my philosophy minor, was taking classes that tried to delve into like, what does it mean to know something, to experience things, like. And back then, and even now, like the big thing that everybody thought was how you proved a computer was artificial intelligence was the Turing test, which is basically just, that's the right term, right? It is the Turing test. Now I'm like, it's been 30 years. Yes. Can you have a conversation with it that is indistinguishable from talking to a human being? And at the time, I didn't really like that as a bar to cross, but it was this accepted thing in philosophy, and thus, you know, in the idea of, you know, software development, that was the bar. But my issue was, it was always and has been and still is, there are some really ignorant people out there. So having it like, I can have a conversation with a pretty ignorant person or a child who doesn't know jack, and still I'm having a conversation with someone who has intelligence. So setting the bar at intelligence is too low. You like, can they recreate a conversation? Sure, they can make it. They can make a conversation, and they can make one sound like a human. But guess what? That's not really setting the bar super high. I think what should have always been the bar is, can they create something new that isn't just, you know, a derivative replication of something that they've been shown? And I don't think we're there yet. That to me is the real intelligence. That to me is when it becomes something serious. Right now, they're feeding it stuff that without permission, basically giving it information that they haven't been allowed to use, and then it's just regurgitating some semblance of that. It's very, if you want to think about it, it's like a toddler learning to speak. You just you regurgitate things you've heard, and early on they don't necessarily make any sense, and then they start to make sense, but vaguely, and it isn't always right. That's where we're at right now. And you know, it's gonna be a long time before, well, it feels like it's gonna be a very long time before anybody even starts to make something that's real. That's why I get upset when they call it AI, because it's not, to me, it isn't intelligent. It doesn't pass the test. Well, it doesn't pass my test, but yeah. At best, it's toddler level, and you shouldn't be putting a toddler in charge of the decisions they're trying to put AI in charge of, right? But then we get into it, even when you start talking about like using it as a business. Like, to me, that's just using it at all. Like, don't put a toddler in charge of, like, if you wouldn't hire a toddler to do that job, then why are you hiring AI? Because that's its comparative developmental level. But go beyond that. Like, the things that you're getting sold by these companies, that it's, you know, it's so good for this, it'll you know, make you great at this, it'll create these efficiencies, blah blah blah. Well, then why aren't you using it? Like, why are you selling it to someone else? Like, if it was really that good, you wouldn't be sharing it. If it was really something that could give you a huge advantage over other companies, you wouldn't let anyone touch it. You'd lock it away. It would be intellectual property that you wouldn't let anybody go anywhere near. The very fact that they're trying to sell it to you, or even just give it to you for free, means it doesn't work at all. That the product isn't, they're selling it, they're trying to make money off of it, but in some cases, you know, they want you to use it because then they don't have to teach it. They're hoping that it learns from you. If they're not, again, I don't want to take a job trying to teach AI, but you definitely don't want to do that job for free for them, right? They're not going to share any of that money with you if it does work. Following the same logic, not every human can create something new. Every human can. Every human can create. They can create something that isn't just a regurgitation of something they've seen. Every human can. Children do it all the time. But that's what art, I mean, art is creation. Some artists are derivative, but there's intentionality, there's thought, there's art, right? Like, that none of that exists in the current generative AI. But also, you can just choose to do something different, right? Like, AI can't just, well, who knows? What if they take all of the safety measures away? Maybe it can just do something wild and unexpected, but not necessarily good. But you know, people can make choices. People can be told to do something and then choose not to do it. Like, you can make a choice. All right, where are we? No, we still got 50 areas to go. Did we run out of power? We kind of ran out of power. Okay. Time to swap in. We can get to around 450 with our speed team. Pretty good. Pretty good. Like that. There we go. No, slowly but surely. We're calling me Shirley. Do something else. Do we want, like, freely in? Maybe? Definitely want to do this. Oh, we want somebody up here. That's what we want. We want Havilar. I don't want this. I'm just gonna go for Dumbo. She's got a problem, like, using all is the best choice, but the problem is the taunt kills her, and yeah, that's the problem. The taunt kills her. She's just not survivable enough. We lost our fire breath. Okay. Apothecary. Oh. Distill. Grow. 5 minutes. We get electrons? We did. That dupe white. At least now we know when we pop it open, if, you know, the whites are all going to be dupes. We're just hunting for the greens now. At least we know we're in that phase. Oh, there's all kinds of items I'd like to get lucky with, but ultimately, just if I can just get everybody to green or better, then that's my good overall milestone, and then we can start working on, you know, beyond that in a more meaningful way. I'm just like, are we going to have time to do everything we were trying to do today? I don't know if we're gonna. Who knows? Maybe that means bonus stream tomorrow afternoon? Post burrito stream? I don't know. Maybe. See what happens. Claim the pack through the web store, but don't know how to activate it. You don't. You just claim it. It's automatically in your game. Like once you load your game up, like so, you close your client, restart your client, and it's all in there automatic. Where do you go after Barovia? Where do you want to go? Again, that's the problem. That's what we're trying to figure out here. I don't know. I mean, did you unlock Strahd? Like, were you there? So, I don't know. I mean, there's more Sword Coast after that, but that's not necessarily where, like, that doesn't necessarily get you anything super useful, in my opinion. But ultimately, it's about, like, where are you? Like we're doing here, like I'm trying to figure out where should I go next? What should I do next? We're all working on it. 22 time gate pieces now. We're almost to 4 time gates. Yeah, it's it's just different. It's different than the others. It's not like you log in and it automatically pops up and says, look what you got. It's because you claimed it outside, it just appears inside and it doesn't tell you that it's there. You have to go look for it. Northern buff scales off Sword Coast. That isn't enough for me to go do Sword Coast. Honestly. Not right now. Not at this point in time. So. Not on my account, I wouldn't, but, you know, other people can do whatever they want. All right, speaking of doing whatever they want, we need to get rid of Melf and replace with Tess. Because we ran out of damage. Now we're better. Now we're feeling better. You got 1 minute to go. 7 areas. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Boom. Here. Bully for you. Here we go, folks. So area 600. A bullywug joins the formation. That's the X. Every 25 areas, the bullywug leaps to a new formation slot of the champion from the bench seat with the most available champions. So the most populated bench seat. Any champion the bullywug leaps on is knocked out for the rest of the adventure. Champions can't be removed from the formation once they've been added. Fire breaths and click. Fire breaths can't be used at all. Click damage has no effect after 100. So the way this works, we're gonna hold on. I'm gonna hop over here just to kind of show this here. The way this works is it's aiming for, like, if I put someone in from seat 5 and someone in from seat 2, it's going to jump on the person from, or seat 1 and seat 2. It's going to jump on the person from seat 1 and knock them out. Mama said knock you out. Bullywug gonna knock you out. That's what happens. So you have to start, like, if you want someone from seat 1, you've got to start with garbage, what we call disposable champions from seat 1. I'm not going to excel this. We can do this right here. So if I think about, ultimately we want to get down to the champion that, like champions that I want. So like, who would I want? We would want Gale. We would want Lae'zel, Paulson, Karlach, Briv. We could do Freely or Caddy Bree. We want Tess. We want Nordum. I can't believe I just said that. We want Havilar. Strongheart, right? So somebody in here, Lark probably doesn't matter, right? And so 6 and 12 don't matter. We're gonna lose 23 champions. So 3 to the first 100, and then 20 to the next 500. So 23 champions we're going to lose. So we figure out, if we want to keep those, who are we feeding? Well, we can start feeding over here. I'll tell you this right up front. You kind of want to feed down a seat to get your tank in. So ideally we would start here in 5. And burn down so that we just have Briv, right? And then you want to get a DPS in. Our DPS is going to be Karlach, so then we burn off, like, we burn off this one. So we got to figure out how many. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 26. So 26. So what if it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So we do have to burn down to 1 in some of these seats. It's going to be interesting. So we really got to pay attention. No, do not apply. And is Hank fine to start this off? Yes, Hank is fine to start this off. Let's get rid of the flashing lights. Hey, Onyx. It is blue sheet time. So yeah, blue sheet, you can, I don't think you need a spreadsheet for blue sheet, but you do need a plan. You have to do your math. You have to figure out the number that you need in each seat. We're going to have to burn down to 1. We can't just burn down to 2. We don't have enough to burn down to 2. So we've got to burn down to 1. And I said, by burning, I mean getting rid of champions until we get down to that number in a seat. So we're starting off. Oh, they were nice. They're nice now. They changed it. Okay. So we can start with whoever we want. We're going to start with, we can start with whoever we want. We're going to start with Valentine. Okay. We can click through the first 100 areas, so we're just going to set that up. And we're going to use a huge potion of speed here. So that this isn't taking forever. We're going to go gold fine, because right now just nothing matters. She isn't going to exist long enough for this to matter. So in 25 areas, like on area 25, she's going to get hopped on and knocked out. So once she gets knocked out, once she gets burnt, I'm gonna throw in like Calliope, and once she gets burnt, I'm gonna throw in Darius, and once he gets burnt, I'm gonna throw in Briv and someone else to be the target, because Briv will now be the only one in the seat, and the last potential target to get removed. We never want to end up with one of our last persons getting removed. So this is how we do this. Do you ever experience a thing with your gem farm is sitting in a zone that it normally can pass and Brave is just racking up stacks like it's too hard? Then you reset and then you pass the zone just fine. Only if it breaks and it started walking. Only if the gem farm broke and it started walking is when I do that. Now the other important thing here with the frog, with the bullywug, excuse me, is you determine where he goes. So like I could put him up here. He's going to hop here. Like you're determining where you're placing this champion, you're determining where he's hopping. And this is important as you get to the final part and you're building out your final formation. You want it to look perfect. You just need to make sure that you're putting, you're choosing where he jumps and just bouncing between a couple places. We're going to speed this up again. We're going to add an hour long too. This is 6x. Look at us fly. This is wild. This is a day 13 Blueshie attempt. We're not gonna do it, are we? Oh God, I forgot. We have to have a disposable tank. Archon? He's down real far. Maybe Sentry? I forgot about the disposable tank part. Because of the hit-based people. I forgot about that. That's on me. We could always start it. Well, no, we're not starting over. Ooh. We could do King of Shadows. But no, we're gonna do Sentry. Okay. We'll have to burn through the King of Shadows eventually to get to Nordham. I forgot about Scabitha. Hit-based enemies. I did remember that we want to go for the tank first. I didn't go straight to there. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up. You know what would probably be helpful is if I pull up my guide to Blueshie. Did I even tell people to do that? I don't remember. No, I talk about the tank and the DPS and then, yeah. We don't talk about anything else. Okay. Okay, we hopped. Now we got a 3 and a 3. So I want to put like Calliope in. Remember, we're really trying to burn this slot down. But right now it could go either way here. And it'd be kind of fine. Going Calliope makes it kind of fine because we could have Calliope shields to keep us alive. Order being OP is kind of ridiculous. Yeah. It's nice though. That's what you want. Like after a rework, you want them being, and not even OP, just strong. And early on, he's strong. He's not OP right now, but he is. He is who I want in this. He is who I want to get to in this bench. Although we did just put a bunch of item levels onto Diana, but we didn't compare the power. She might be stronger than Nordum now. Half the buff when your Nordum is 4 versus 50. See, that's the things you got to figure out, right? But we don't know entirely. All right, we're holding on to golds to gear up Belushi with. Nice. Hopped on Sentry. Okay. Giggity. So here's what we're doing. We're bringing Jarlaxle in. We're going to put Jarlaxle here so that he can get Sentry Shield. Three gifts for I don't know what that means. For champs and weekly offers costing gems. Is that I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by 3 gifts. Oh, feats. I don't know. Depends on if you want them or not. So we're going to get, Calliope's going to get bounced out here, and we're going to end up going to the Darius, and we're going to have to bring a tank in. I wasn't, oh, these things. These are feats. But it depends on if they're good feats or not, and if you have the gems for them or not. Oh no, okay, we got there. So it depends. I don't know. I can't tell you that. It's discounted feats, but I don't know if they're any good. The hit bases are throughout the rotation, because remember there's like there should be a hit base in every 25. There should be a hit based in every 25. Well, a segmented health. I think one of them might be armored. This one's aren't. Oh no, that one's hit based. So there's, you know, there's a couple in the first 25. We'll check right now for the second 25. Darius. Who's your Darius? I am. Problem we're going to run into here is I don't know if they're going to be fast enough to clear it. Well, feats don't cost I mean, there are some feats in the shop that cost platinum, but you can get those for gems as well eventually, if not right away. So, you know, when a feat shows up in the weekly offer at a discount, it's just going to cost less gems, but you have to decide if it's a feat you actually care about. Not all feats are, like, some feats are pointless in the grand scheme of things. And depending on what other feats you might have for those champions, it's very, you have to make your own judgment call on that one. Yeah, well, so we'll see where there is another segmented health enemy in the second 25, I swear. But is it at 95 or is it 100? That's not 95, so it's got to be at 100. There it is. And it's armored. Zarak at level 100 is armored. Oh, nope. We didn't make it. Okay. Ults might have done it, yeah. But instead I brought in a burner. We'll burn. We'll use Archon for a bit and then we'll burn him. Or not. Everybody had 2. Okay, thank God. And it just happened to choose him? Oh, that's... Well, I shouldn't say thank God, because that's kind of bad. Okay. I'm going to leave that as blocked out. That was the worst possible jump that Bullywug could have made. That was the worst jump the Bullywug could have made. Now we're killing with actual damage. Instead of Fire Breath Potions. So now we really need to get... Man, we need to get through this without bringing somebody else in, because I'm really hoping Jarlax will gets landed on. We can just bring in Karlach. What do we like in C2 to fill the 3rd slot so we can do split the party 2? Well, I'm chasing Blushi. Uh-oh. I don't think that was a good idea. Well, it's interesting. We're finding out new stuff about the game. I don't know what... Like, are you talking about for you? What just happened? Why did we get pushed back? Oh, we died. We're taking damage back here. That's what happened. Okay. Well, they were ranged. Okay. I might want to use one of these health potions. Which is ridiculous, but sure. For you have Celeste and Lae'zel in 2. So I mean, in the event you can flex Regis. But if you have to time gate, then I mean, either Whittle is another speed option for when you can't use Lae'zel, Bridal is a tanking option in 2, or Merylwyn is Gold Find. Those are your 3. Those are the 3 types of parties you would normally make. So there's 3 options. But just remember, like, I mean, well, if you already flex someone, then it doesn't matter. Gonna need a tank again. The ults aren't gonna be enough. We'll try it. We'll try it with the ults. No. No. Yeah. Okay. Who's a tank we can... I mean, Nayeli. Yeah, usually it's if you're gonna use Bay for Lae'zel, it's usually Bayzel, just to be clear. But Karlach is Bay. Even Moobot knows. You can move on those. So they should jump on, the bullywugs should jump on one of our 2 people in the back row, which is fine because then that nets us a final choice either way. What is it's just a reference to like your the person that you think is great that you might be attracted to, like it's in that range. Usually it's like referring to your boyfriend or your girlfriend, but that's not how, you know, that may have been where it started, but that's not where it is now. Okay. And no, they took, I was like, oh, they'll totally take them. No, how did they? This liar. It did took the highest number and not the lowest number. I am bad. Okay. God dang it. God dang it. God dang it, you guys. I gotta feed another tank. It's been so long since I've done this. I'm screwing it up. But I'm fine with that. Most seed options, we get rid of King of Shadows. Get rid of the King of Shadows. Kind of. Yeah, you can think of it as Babe. You remind me of the Bay. What? The Bay? The Bay with the power. What power? The power of it? Yeah, it doesn't work as well. Doesn't work as well for the labyrinth. How's it that all of my opinions are absolutely correct? What? That's not true at all. I can tell you one of my opinions that is not correct at all, which is that I find the movie Cabin Boy to be incredibly entertaining to watch. And I might be the only person in existence that thinks that. And I know that. You haven't heard of that movie? Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's Cabin Boy. And when I return, I shall be a cabin man. Want to touch my monkey? What? You're one of them fancy lads, aren't you? It's so bad. It's like one of those bad movies that's entertaining. It's so bad that David Letterman's in it with a speaking part, but is not credited at all because he was like, oh no, this is bad. Don't put my name in this. I do not remember Get a Life, no. But that movie is it's just a really bad movie that I just find incredibly entertaining to watch. Sometimes bad movies be that way. Well, Ethel, you do whatever you want, but I don't see any reason to spend your gems at this point in time, early on in your account, on any of those feats. But you do what you want. You have been doing whatever you want. But you know, Minsk is not a great champion. Dritz is not a great champion. You don't need power on Shadowheart. Not like a small little bonus like that. I don't know. Okay, we did. What do we do? Who did we do? We lost King of Shadows. God dang it. I mean, I knew we were gonna lose King of Shadows, but it's like not really how I wanted to lose, but we lost him anyway. I need an actual tank to lose. But the problem is now we've gotten down here so low that we can't get them to get rid of one of these. Unless. But then watch them jump on Ashara. But you wouldn't even care about it that early. Even if it was the pre-stack, you wouldn't care about it this early in the game. It's not that. Doesn't give you that much early. So this is the challenging part, is like I'm clearly not making the greatest decisions. If I had come in with a better plan, we'd be doing better right now. But we're making it work. Although now we're out of damage. God dang it. I gotta bring someone in that supports and can provide a good amount of damage, but that is disposable. Because we need the damage now. I mean, she could do it. We could try Celeste. And we could get, Lae'zel in sooner. We can do like this. Esmeralda's. I want Esmeralda at a higher level. I would want like Bruno or Hankin earlier. You gotta remember, like, you don't want to put in the super strong champions early. You're gonna need them later. So you also want to kind of figure out like, okay, well, who's the person that could be in? Because even if we fill up this formation to make this work, that's fine. Actually, I'm gonna kind of do this. We just want to make sure that we're putting in champions that are burnable. I mean, if you've got gems, there's probably something for you to spend it on. I just don't think any of those feats are worthwhile. Like, if you're saving up gems, then you need to have had a reason for saving them. Hoarding in this game does not, as you can see here, hoarding is not good. It does not reward you. I have not been rewarded. I am succeeding in spite of hoarding. Yeah. So if there's speed feats out there, like feats for champions that are your speed champions that make them faster, those are your first priorities, like for saving up gems for. But again, just opening chests, good too. But yeah, when you're dealing with large numbers, you got to remember what these percentage bonuses actually do. Giving yourself an 80% bonus on like in chat, and even we'll do it with 80%. 80% bonus on one E100 is just 1.8 E100, which is not that big of a deal. Like it's that you're getting all of those multiplier lots of multipliers that matters, but that's a later thing as you start picking up little bits here and there. Like, yeah, great, nice, but that doesn't mean early on that it's going to affect you much. Robert and Butcher. Who'd you jump on? Who'd you jump on? Hero. Back to area 1 we go. Good lord. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So now I want to end up with Havilars, so I don't want to... Oh, when do we burn Delana? Oh, God. Do we put a bunch of champions in right now in the hopes that we burn them all? I think that's where we're at. I think we're putting a lot of burners in. Trying to get rid of a ton of them at one time. I think that's what we're doing. Well, damage hasn't been our main problem. The main problem has been the lack of tanking. But if we can churn through, if we can like chew through the segments fast enough, we can accept the losses of some of these. Just got to figure out the right way to do it. Yeah, Delaney's a perfectly functional champion. See if we have enough chewing power here. Enough shred. Honestly, we can bring Minsk in as well. Minsk can be our tank. Except I didn't choose that spec, did I? I did not. Damn it. Damn it, me? Why did you do that? Here, you can go stand in the front. He'll be a tank even without the health. Are you sure, Dinah here? You'll be fine. I don't feel as strong up here as usual. I don't know. Must have had a bad lunch. Yeah, Strythe Hamel. We'll burn most of them down to 1. The ones that we want to save, we're gonna have to burn to 1. We're doing okay so far. Delana has a surprising amount of wave clear also, by the way. I think she gets underestimated. Because her abilities cycle. There's some good wave clear in that cycle. Oh no. Oh no. Stop it. Everybody's getting one shot. Okay, we're going to do that one again, but we're going to use ultimates this time. There it is. Have Delna burn a boss to death. Nice. There's an achievement I never cared about getting. And we got it. Oh, between these. Hattie Bree in the back, I guess. What we're gonna do. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna burn down a lot. But I was trying to find some disposable things, and then we can't use this seed anymore. We disposed of it. If we put in Melf, we'll never get rid of him, and I don't want him. No sir, don't want him. Same with like a Shara. We could start with a Shara, potentially as a support, or well, we could use either of these as support. It's a little too late for that, I think, though. Eventually, we'll see. I think we're waiting later on. I do want Karlach as my DPS. That's where we're going. But I need Jarlaxle to get removed so I can bring Karlach in, and then we will have Karlach forever. If I was going to spreadsheet anything, I should have tried to spreadsheet how to get her in as fast as possible. Okay, we're good. How deep is this adventure? 600 areas. 600 areas. That's why we're trying to get rid of some of the weaker champions first. Because, you know, we can't take them 600 areas. And I'm a little worried about who I've thrown in this just messed up group, because they don't necessarily work well together. So I'm hoping we can get rid of some of the key ones, like the really bad ones, sooner rather than later. But that's kind of up to the frog. There's multiple options here. Yeah, having a well synergizing group is, you try to get rid of the groups that don't synergize well early, so that you can have a group that synergizes through the middle and into the late. So I'm definitely doing this in not a great way, but hey. Wait, so hold on. Well, we already lost somebody. Okay. Who'd we lose? Virgil. I didn't say the seats were tied. I said we're getting into this. So here's 2. Here's 2. Here's 2. Here's 2. Here's 2. This is 3. So Dalina should get knocked out next. I could put in Aliwick as a 2. I could put in Lark as a 2 if we need more power. Let's do Aliwick as a 2. It's bad placement though. We do like this. Like, nope, this is real bad. Like that. So put whoever you want to get right above the frog. Oh, does it start here? Does it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Does it count down like this? Unties? I don't really care where. Oh my god, that was bad. Oh my god, this is bad. Okay, well, we are gonna need more than just that. That's not good. Oof. Yeah, mistakes were made. We're gonna end up with a full formation. I'm not gonna have a freaking tank. Oh, I gotta do this with just damage. And that's a problem. Where's his adjacencies? So, hold on. How can we... Can we rearrange this? I mean, this is kind of the best buffing situation we can get, unfortunately. We just needed a tank. Like our health here is like 43. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pop this. Not gonna help a whole lot, but right now anything is better than nothing. Okay, okay. The damage is up there. Delon should be the one that gets removed here. Oh no, it's gonna be Hank. Okay. It's gonna be Hank. Delano will be next time around. We didn't keep enough people alive, I think. No, we got it. Okay. Okay, so Hank got pulled. Really need Brunor, which this is perfect. He's in the right place. No, his power's not great though. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Oh, we failed. Our damage. Well, no, we lost Hank. Yeah, I failed. I'd have to come in with a better plan. You have to come in with a much better plan. The lack of tank here has killed us. I don't think I can get to 75. We'll see. This is why they get rid of fire breath potions. Fire breath potions would be so nice. It's not about the bud. It's about killing them. It's about killing them before I die. The bud doesn't. With attack speed issues, like we're at a 6-second cooldown on the base attack on our DPS. That's what our problem is. Yeah. So now we're reliant on waiting for cooldowns to come back. I mean, I could pop a champ damage, but that's not as big a deal as it might sound. It doesn't matter what feat she has. Mad Mallard, this isn't my main account. It doesn't matter what's available to her. It only matters what I have. Slowly but surely. Go away. Go away. That's not slowly but surely. We had to delete her real fast. Alright, there's some more Della. That's what we're doing here. It's all about the ults. All I can do. I don't have a fast enough attack speed. Get off. So using ults at the right times. That. 5 areas. I think we got it if we can get all of our ultimates back. So which means we can always pause for the cause and make it happen. Trying not to use any of them at the moment, except maybe Bruner's. This comes back real fast. Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do on a 13-day-old account when you're trying to do blue sheet. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We did it. Oh, we did it. Okay, Delana got deleted. Delana yeeted. This is... All right, so... What are we gonna do here? Do we try the darker? He's so bad. But he's probably better than Jamila. Oh, God. I don't think we can make that. I think we can do that, right? This will slow us down. Bringing someone in from here will slow us down. It needs to be Hitch. How do I live without you? How do we make Hitch work? Does Daddy's get high enough for that buff? No. So she's kind of useless at the moment. Gladius have the charisma for a hitch? No. Yet. Does Dritz have the con? He does. But then he's going to get knocked out, and when our situation is going to get better. He's got con 15. Kinda gotta be him. I don't have Dragon Bait. What do you mean it's Dragon Bait an option? I don't have Dragon Bait. I don't even have a Zaka. This is the problem with trying to do this. Is I don't have these champions that are great for this. We came here way too soon. Second Evergreen. I unlocked Dritz first. Belushi's gonna be second. Oh god. At least we get a resurrect. At least we have a resurrect now. With the Dark Urge. Bud's not bad. Why is Dynahair setting Bud? I don't know. Because Dark Urge is that bad. Because Dark Urge is that bad. Oh my god. On a 7-second cooldown. Dark Urge, why? When I tell people Dark Urge is not a good champion, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about, folks. You can't even beat a support out for DPS right now. Oh my god. Yeah, Jamila would have been worse. I'm not, yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying. Right now, we're in a real weird place. Boom. Yeah, there we triggered the resurrection and it wiped the screen. Okay. If Belushi is the second unlocked Evergreen, then this account blows up into a Logic Club, right, Delka? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, normally you would have by the time you were trying to get Belushi, you would have a wider variety of decently synergistic champions to choose from. We do not. And it's painfully obvious. Like we need to really come into some, like get some good knockouts and come into a good power curve here soon. Well, because we can't keep doing this. The barely eking by is not going to be enough for long. But once again, pushing with ultimates. I don't understand why I'm not getting. Why are we not killing? E92, but we're doing E96. Stuff isn't dying. We're just not killing fast enough because Dynahair's on a 7-second cooldown with her sling. Whee! So now I'm just waiting for cooldowns to come back. Really all it is. Okay. It's fine. Once you get here... Oh, no, that should have... It didn't push back and resurrect. Oh, we got the bug. Sometimes the ultimate here doesn't do the knockback like it's supposed to. And we just ran into that. What a bad time. Hey, we got an achievement for healing on Celeste. I mean, our damage is now up there. It's just... It's the attack speed. Tanking and or attack speed is where we're failing. Okay, here we go. Okay. We lost Brunor. That gives us power in Esmeralda. And a breaker. And a breaker. Esmeralda's good power. Okay. Okay. Not. Now Esmeralda is our DPS. What? What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? I mean, what if we did like this? This is not going to help. No. I know what's going on. Ashar is buffing humans. $96 is still, it's not enough. Oh, there we go. What the hell? She has better wave clear than Dine. Oh, I know the problem. Oh, God. All right. All right. I'm going back to this. We got a 5.3, but that's a single damage. Can we do Dadius instead? Can we just have who's your Dadius? He's human. His constitution isn't high enough. Now the Dark Arts. The Dark Arts is at 91. What a garbage champion. Needs to go back here. This is going to be the best option, but it's not enough damage. Just not. That's not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not gonna do it. So we're just rotating ultimates. Yeah, I mean, we're getting Eliwis cards back. I know. I know. Just doing what I can. What I got. We lost Brunor's quick ultimate is another issue. We had a nice, 50-something second cooldown ultimate, and now we don't. Is there a way I could have done this better? That's the question. I don't know if I have enough tanks. That's the problem. I don't know if I have enough tanks to feed into this. Doing it again. That's a big problem. Because one of the things that you get when you do this with more champions is you get to not use the shitty ones, right? Like the real bad ones that are like, well, you know, like well, Ashar is not great here. Darius is not great here. Like the Dark Urge is not great here. Like when you have more champions, you don't have to burn down as far through your pool, and it works better. And we don't have that available because we came here so fast. Yeah, but I can't get Carlock in. You're talking about getting Carlock in. Let's see. How far are we away from that? Two. We got twos. We got twos. Okay. I mean, it's looking good so far. Wait, hold on. Twos, threes. So we've still got to get rid of the Dark Urge before we can even get to the point where we could get Carlock. I can't do it. Local bless. There aren't good local blessings here, Mass Connect. It doesn't matter. Like the tier 1 is the only one that was useful. Tier 2 is pointless, really. Well, tier 2 I got a barbarian, but again, this is for Carlock. Tier 3 doesn't help us at all, really. And I already bought him. Surge would get removed next, so we're kind of screwed. Like then we're stuck with the same problem we had before. Right. So yeah, I think this was I think it's too soon. I think the issue is I don't have my tanks just aren't, or I don't have enough tanks, but also my champions when we're swapping in, that just aren't strong enough. So I think this was just all too soon. I think we're close. I think we're real close to Belushi. But we're just not there. It's wild to say that. Wild to say that we're real short. We're real close to getting Belushi. And maybe a better plan would have done it, but most people aren't coming through here with a better plan. You know what I mean? Yeah, if I had Dragon Bait here instead of the Dark Urge, vastly different situation. Although maybe, because we probably would have tried to get rid of Jamila first. But. We have all our cooldowns back. We do. Oh, now we're back to getting our cooldowns back. Yeah, this feels like we're trying too hard. That was too soon. Is Hitch still a secret DPS? Yes. So, I mean... I don't know that he qualifies for everybody's stuff, though. Like one off from Daddy is he doesn't get Dyna Hairs, so I don't think it's gonna matter. We got a Jarlaxle in here that's pointless. I really thought he was gonna get knocked out sooner than this. The fact that he's still in here is killing us. Stop it. Would you stop it already? Yeah, so a better plan might have been a little better, but again, most people aren't coming in here with a really good plan. And if someone was racing here from the beginning because we told them, oh, at this point you could go get Dark Arch, they wouldn't do very well. All right, try again. So I mean, we have the damage. It's just a long cycle of waiting for ultimates. But I don't know what's going to happen after this removal. I mean, we bring Jamila in. She's human, so she is the target of the buff that we have. Her constitution is high enough for Dynahair. She won't get Darius's buff, but she'd get everything else. That's a wild leap to hope that that's gonna work, but it'd be what we'd have. Yeah, we'd have to force Jarlaxle out at that point. We got to get everything down to 2, and then we can make Jarlaxle leave. That's all we got going for us. And I've got so many like cooldowns that are just so long. And we're done again. Well, we might have gotten the last one. With Jarlaxles. Lacking pipes for the core? What are you even talking about? I piped my core, buddy. I piped my core. My core's piped. It's level 2. Level 2. There's no pipes in existence that are gonna make it better than what it is right now. With 2 levels open. Not really. Again, I need health. I don't need damage. Our damage is fine. I have no tank to give us health. Yeah, because usually when you have a lot more champions than this, when you come here with like 40 plus champions, you just avoid the bad ones. Like you don't put the ones in like Jarlaxle. Like they never have to go in. And you can rotate through the good options. But, here we are. Here we are with Uncle Jax. Uncle Jax. Can we get... Oh, God. We're getting speed and damage. This is horrible. This is a horrible hand. And I'm stuck on it for 9 minutes. Ugh. Ugh. That feels bad. Thanks. Yeah, we didn't kill anything. I don't want to spend any more potions. I feel like we've already wasted these potions. I mean, it was a valid test. It's a valid attempt, but I don't want to spend any more. Yeah, now we're just garbage because she threw a bad hand. We got 700 gems. Woo! Well, Caddy Bree isn't our DPS, so her crits don't really mean anything at the moment. Oh, her crit. She's critting from the back and it's helping? That's ridiculous. Okay. I didn't think that was going to happen. That doesn't make sense to me. Wow. I just absolutely wasted all of that. Okay. Cool. Dark Urge. Fire off. There we go. Well, we made it one more area. Ever in a minute. Who are you talking about? Patty Bree? No, God, no. I never use that. I've made this comment before. All I ever use is left spec. I like it way too much. Piercing arrow. All enemies get hit on their way to the target, and each one has a separate chance to be crit, which means all of her stuff that's based off critting, like the push forward, applies every time she shoots through a group of enemies. So this ramps up real fast. Normally, that's great because you've got a tank. This is just a bad situation. And I don't have potions for spec choice. Nope. Didn't want that. This we want though. Wait, no, we want to use the green ones. Hey. Okay. Oh, let's go over here. Wait now, cooldowns. Alleyway needs a better hand. They're gonna chuck these cards. And then we will try again. Yeah, see now Esmeralda's up in the 102s. On her own. Normally I would love to see the gems, but... Yeah. God. Exactly what I didn't want to see. Fates, flames, and gems. God. Just garbage. Alright. Well, I'm not waiting around on that garbage again. Alright, here's 325. Get out of here, Dark Urge. Bring in Jam. Neither of these matter. Neither of these are going to matter because we don't have any tanks for it to be next to, and we don't have any fielders that are reliable, so... yeah. I'm just gonna move you into the middle. let's see what happens. Nope. I was hoping she'd set Bud, but nope, she's that bad. She's that bad. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, that was our last kind of real hope, was that Jamila could come in and actually do something. But nope. I mean, if who knows? If I don't even know if opening chests would have made a difference here. Doesn't feel like it, but who knows? I really just think you need more champions. You just need to be able to not be stuck with bad champions. Yeah. But I think we're close. I think it's real close. Happening, but we're just not there yet. Which means we're still at 38, so even flexing a champion doesn't get us where we were trying to go. Yeah. But we're a ways, I mean, with Dragon Bait, sure, but we're still a ways away from Dragon Bait. We might have unlocked Azaka by now if we'd kept doing that, but I don't know. Well, we'd be closer to yeah. If we had not done any Witchlight stuff, we might have had Dragon Bait, but then we still would have had to come here. So I still think it's one of those where you're like, yeah, you probably need to, if you're gonna skip ahead to try to get Belushi, you gotta at least get like Azaka and Dragon Bait into the mix. 22 time gate pieces could help. But they shouldn't be used to try to get you to Belushi. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. They shouldn't be used for that. Yeah. So I'm gonna try one more decent hand here. If we could get some night cards, we'd at least get a little stronger of a buff out of Eliwick. We got some temp HP for the party. That's not going to last long. Hey, Gem. There's a knight. Oh, that's at least one buff better. Gem. God dang it. God dang it, you guys. Now she's setting Bud. It's just not high enough. Yeah, and then category took it back. All right. You think you might have gotten it if you'd spreadsheeted? I don't think so. I really don't think I could have estimated like how I don't think a spreadsheet would have helped me figure out how bad we were without trying, in terms of like the champions we have available without trying it. I don't think so. I mean, is there a chance? Sure, but that doesn't mean it's... But like having a slim chance doesn't mean anything for a new player, right? It has to be just easily dunkable, and it wasn't. All right. So, flex for Simrel. I think we're going back to the other thing. I think I'm picking Regis in 2. What the hell? I broke it. Okay. Thanks. Could more favor help? No. It's not a favor issue. Again, what you saw there wasn't a favor problem. We had the ability to level up champions. We had bad combinations of champions because we're still too early in the game without a good bench. We didn't have a deep bench, so it's a bench issue. It was a bench issue. Okay. Let's get back in here. There wasn't a whole lot more favor that we could have pulled out for that anyway, to be honest. We were pretty decked out. I mean, again, we're only 13 days in. So for the fact that we were able to pull E27 favor there 13 days in is wild. Again, usually by the time you're getting to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, you could then go roll in with a much bigger selection of champions, so that you can just choose from your best as you're trying to burn through champions. Be way more power and favor. Like, you know, we could have been, you know, honestly, you could get down here probably. You could probably get all of the blessings on a normal kind of playthrough of going campaign by campaign. Jumping around is always going to be problematic. It definitely was here. So yeah, do I think there's a way we could have gotten there? Yes. Do I think that's helpful for new players? No. No. But yeah, it was interesting to try. We just burned so many resources. I'm not gonna burn anymore. In fact, we're gonna go open some stuff. I'm gonna open like 30 of these. And then we got a large potion of speed. Hey, yay. All 8 of these. Beat. For Nordum. Hey, core programming. I'll take it. Epics for 2 champions. Sure. 2 epics out of 8 chests. Take that too. I will take that too. Diana, let's see what we're looking for. Yeah, we're only going to 50 to unlock Regis here. We're not trying to go any further, so it's going to be pretty straightforward. We just spent 3 time gate pieces, but we got a time gate piece, so we're back to 20 again. That makes sense. That makes sense. For this run, sure. So Monday will be a time gate. I think Monday is time gates. And split the party. I think that makes sense. That is the quickest way we could have got there, and should have potentially got there. We could have already been to split the party too by now. We had not taken the Blue Sheet detour, but it was worth testing out. Any of the champions in Steamroll that I should be unlocking? I have 2 in every seat in my first core, earning XP. Well, what's going to get you 3 in every seat? If you're not worried, because split the party 2 is the core that you're really like. It's the really good core for you know, It's the priority corp. You get split the party 1 so that you can get to split the party 2. That being said, Yorvin is kind of the best champion out of the event. So if you need a champion in his seat, then you get you to split the party 2. He's in 10. Then yeah, go Yorvin. Warden solid as a debuffer. Shadowheart solid as a buffer. Halson's, you know, with good champions, Halson's, you know, pretty cool. Yeah. What was the self-set restriction for the use of name gold chests? Well, it's for gold chests in general, Jean. It's that I have to have green or better gear on the champions before I open any gold chests. So we got there for like, we go to my presets. We got there over here, right? We got to greens by just opening silvers to start. I didn't even open electrums to start. It's ridiculous. You shouldn't. You should just open your chests. That's what this has definitively proven. Just open the chests at the beginning of the game. But now we're up to blue or better for all of these. And then for events, you know, where we aren't showing anyone, they're green or better already. And if I had any chests for them, I'd open them. But unfortunately, the champions that I have chests for are not green or better yet. So it's getting close. We at least have everybody that has a piece of gear, which we didn't have until today. Today was the first day we didn't have any empty slots. We're about to set ourselves back by getting Regis, though. Oh no. Yeah, Regis is going to set us back by 6 again. He's going to have 6 empty slots. I will spend, what'll happen is I'll spend my event currency. We'll get 3 packs for Regis. And we'll see what that gets him. Not going to be as much as we'd hoped. I'm just keeping these for Strahd. We're now investing blacksmithing contracts into Eliwick. Get her to 100. Because we put Eliwick over 50. We got Diana to 50. Now I'm going back to Eliwick to get her to 100. Then we'll go back to Diana and get her to 100. It just works. It works really well in terms of getting them to good points. Efficient scenarios for their effects. They pair well together. Technically, I only need 20 silvers for Strahd, so we could open some more of these. Sorry, stream. I think after we do this, well, I don't know. There's lots of power we could chase. We can chase champions. Yeah, getting to split the party 2 still feels like our path. So we're picking up Regis here. Azaka would get us here. And then a time gate for Shandy would get us what we need here. And we could do split the party too. Or we could just time gate. We have the pieces. But that's where we're at. Is King of Shadows undeadness enough to qualify him as a separate species? No. That's not a species thing. It's... So species is where it says species. He's human. Regardless of what he may appear like. Undead, under the passive for undead, it specifically tells you what that will assist with. And it has to do with people like Desmond and Cass. But undead isn't a... It isn't a species. You're... For the champions, not a species. It's just a... It's a state. The state you can get in... and you're whatever you were before and undead. Unlike all the enemies in the game, which just list themselves as undead and don't always list that what their original species was, which is frustrating. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it'll say like undead, elf, and other times it's like undead, and it doesn't differentiate. It doesn't tell you what it was before. Oh, they're a species in WoW. Yeah, I don't. Game isn't based on WoW, so as much as David and Justin like WoW, apparently this game is not based off it. So. I don't think there's enough time left after we finish this to do a time gate. So I think that's just Monday. I'm not sure what... I mean, we could head back and start working on a Zaka. And then we could time gate somebody else. Or we could go like do... Well, no, we don't have time to do a deep push. I don't want to do Tales of the Champions campaign stuff without a deep push there. We definitely need a deep push there next week. Because it's real low. EO8 favor? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah, Strongheart is where you go. Is where you go for a deep push in Tails. There's no armored, is the thing. It's... You could just, even in just free play. I didn't look at his variants, but just in a free play, he has no armored enemies in his. He's the only one that doesn't. So, what's this one? So you can only use event champions. I mean, honestly, we could do this as a favor push. Yeah. Because we're at the point where, yeah, all of our pushing champions are event champions. So we could do that on Monday. Get out of my face, Devour. Get out of my face. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He's devoured 2 people. There it goes. Do you get silver chests every certain number of zones while doing free plays and tails? No. That's a time gate thing. Okay. So then we need to do a favor run here too in the event. I feel like Tomb of Annihilation is the way to go right now. Let's do dinosaur racing. Let's race dinosaurs in Tomb of Annihilation. So history lesson: when this variant first came out, there was no way to make the text that comes up, the story stuff, instant, like to just go away. You had to manually click through it. If you let it do it on its own, you would fail this variant. You could not in the original version, like back in the day. You couldn't get through this in 30 minutes. There weren't speed champions like there are nowadays. And the text slow. So the way to get through this and to actually succeed was to be here manually clicking through all the text. There wasn't another way to do it. that was the trick. Was, well, you just got to be there and click through it all. Like that was it. So it was kind of the first one where we were babysitting, right? Because that was the only way you could meet the goal. So while we have like speed potions and speed champions nowadays, then it wasn't a thing before. That clicking was the idle. Well, no, it was the clicker in clicker champions of the Forgotten Realm. I don't know. That the game wasn't called that. It was definitely not the idle part. But here's the thing: we are at 22 out of 30 to do Azaka's Procession Part 1. And Azaka is a 2-part, the 2 variant unlock. So we could get through that pretty quickly. Again, if we just stayed here, we would have been done with that already, and probably would have had a Dragon Bait as well. I think there's a argument for once you have Azaka and Dragon Bait, maybe going back and trying Blushi again. I really do, but I don't know that I don't know. While I think it's then doable, I don't know that it's new player doable at that point. Like, if I were able to do it after that, it would be because I did it once and failed so horrendously. Right? Sometimes you need that failure to know what you need to do the next time. Yeah, there's a lot more management that would have to happen on another attempt, still without getting a lot more champions. At 30 champions, it would need a lot more management. I still think it's better, like, you know, once you've unlocked Zerial, I think that's a better time frame just in terms of how many. I mean, then you got 40 champions. Hopefully they're distributed enough to make a difference. You never want to have to put, like, the fact that I had to put core champions in was, that really screwed us over. I think that's the real big deal there is you need to be, that just may be the statement. So you know you're going to lose 23 champions and you need 9 to complete it with. So there's 32. I think the target goal is 44. Because then that means you don't have to put a single one of the core champions in. I think the comfortable target goal is 44 champions that way. That being said, you might be able to get away with 40 because some of them will work as fodder early, like Archon did as a tank. Niali would work. Niali, Archon, and Tyrell, you could still use as tank fodder. And Calliope, yeah. So I think there's an argument that 40 is the actual target because there's there's 10 core champions you don't want to ever put in. So, yeah. But also, there's then beyond that, you're looking at do you have the tanks to make this work? Like Calliope can act as your tank early on, for the very first split. Calliope can just shield and you can exist through that. And maybe for a few until she gets knocked out, depending on how many are in her seat, or if you want to get rid of her quick. But yeah, you got to start playing that game. Right? Well, this isn't a test account. It's a new account. The new account run. It's like, what is it? What does the early game look like? And yeah, it was worth finding that out. You definitely don't want to just tell people that they could just rush to Belushi. I don't think I'd be comfortable telling people to rush to go ahead and try Belushi until they had 40 champions. Minimum. And then even then, it probably not going to be the easiest thing in the world, right? Need at least E25 Coralon's favor, but at 40 champions, you should be able to do E30 plus. So we could just say E30 plus. Man. Again, I think the better scenario would have been just to, if we were trying to just do a good playthrough of getting, to the other milestones quickly, is just that time could have done all of this stuff in Tomb. We could have then, we would. I think nowadays, I think you do the 15 variant adventures in Waterdeep, and then you bounce. You never go back there. I don't think there's anything there for you. I mean, I don't even... Yeah, I mean, the tier 3 is kind of fine, and then... maybe at some point you go back when you know you can blow away the blessing goal. Here, you're going to want E30 something favor, probably. When you know you can do that, go back just to get your blessings. But if you can get tier 3 initially and then those 15 adventures, I think you just then skip Waterdeep and go straight to Baldur's Gate. Yeah. Yeah, you can run the, if you, once you get split the party 1, you can be doing the water deep. Well, I don't know. It feels like a goal you want to push towards. I think you're doing maybe the tomb stuff in the background while you're actively pushing through water deep. That's probably the better use of it. Like you do you get a good favor run in tomb, and then maybe 1 or 2 of them at the start, and then you go to water deep, and then you run your background party because you might get Vajra before. You want to have Vajra ready to unlock right away. Almost done, and it was right around 10 minutes with this group. The downside of this one is like it's area 50 and the variant stays area 50, so it's not great, but they did give you an appropriate amount of gems for this. But I think in the variant versions, I don't know if they do. I don't know if they give you like what they should have given you in terms of like influence and currency for a higher area goal. I don't remember. Do they scale it? Okay. So it's not bad. It's a quick and easy one to knock off your chasing variants. Yeah. Stays at 50 in the patrons. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I was wondering if they give you the appropriate influence for the high. It should be 150. And I didn't know if they gave. It's been so long since I've been here. I didn't know if they gave that. Come on. There we go. All right, zombie T-Rex was so cool. Everybody loved it when the zombie T-Rex first showed up in the game. They were like best boss in the game, zombie T-Rex. I mean, pretty solid to this day. So those are all 200s. These are 170. Oh, there's only one 175 left. On 13 or higher. Let's try it. See if we can throw some speed potions in. All right. Well, we lose some people already. Yeah, I get it. 15. And we'll just try to click through as much as possible. So we lose that. We're going to go Esmeralda then. But we got a lot. We just didn't get Diana. Got a lot of the others. That's not bad. Yeah, 175. I mean, I don't think we can click there. I don't know, we might. Not. I not save? I didn't save. Oh well. Alright, just out. Alright, well, at least click through. Probably 125, 150. Do I have like a 5-minute? I do. Right.
All right, so we are now at 39 champions. 39 champions, one away from Strahd. Oh. I'm like, I didn't log into my main account. I think I might have missed daily rewards. Oh no. The problem when you're not playing it a lot. Nope, okay, I got it. Whew. Weekly offers, nothing's free. Great. Thanks, game. Is it better Speed Champion, Lark, or Shandy? On my account where I stand, Shandy would be better. Like on this new account. On my main account, my speed is developed to the point where Lark would be better. So really, it depends on how developed your account is, which is nice. But that's how a lot of the speed champions with unique abilities work. It's like, well, you know, who are you using in your speed team? Is it going to help that specific speed team out and that kind of stuff? So Shandy would be better right now, and if I had unlocked Blue She, well, I don't know. There had been a thing whereas if we just used the time gate pieces, I would have time gated Shandy, Lex, Regis, and 2 like we just did, and then picked up Azaka. And it's still on the table. I still may time gate Shandy. We may do that. That's probably what we're doing on Monday. And then I will use Shandy in 6 for speed. And just pick up Azaka in 12. What did I... Oh. There's 2 champions we missed here, and I didn't put anybody in. Do we want Nordham? Nordham, get in there. Show everybody what you can do. We have 19 adventures completed in Sword Coast for Nordham. It's not a lot, but it's got us an E10 right now. I'm not fully leveled up yet. Not bad. How's our core doing? Oh, over halfway there. Making good progress. Completing all this stuff as quickly as we were is helping the core make good progress. But that was with Diana, not with Nordham, because Diana's better. Diana's better at equal item levels. Nordham has to be way over. I just don't know how much over to be better than Diana. It feels like. It's just like, but look at me. I just want to make everyone happy. Sorry, Nordham. Nothing worth talking about out of those. Wow, we might be able to click all the way up there. Get real close.
So I don't know about all of you, but over the weekend, I'm probably going to play more Conquest Dark, shocker. Also some Dune Awakening. I've been playing a lot of Dune this week. Have not been playing a lot of Dune this week. I've been playing more Conquest Dark, but over the weekend I'll have more time to sit down and focus on gathering resources, building stuff from a base. Because I'm trying to build a better base, a better permanent base that can really. It's got a ton of storage, which I like, and room for more. But what it needs is a ton of processing power. So I've kind of been storing up all my spice. Instead of processing it right when I get it, I just store it as sand, spice sand. Waiting for when Landsrad gets a 25% reduction in resource costs, because then that makes the sand worth more melange, spice melange. Because normally it takes like 10,000 sand to make 200 melange, but when you get that reduction, it takes 7,500 sand to make 200 melange. And so, like, why wouldn't I want to get an extra 25% more? The 25% more? Yeah, right. Every 3 runs, I get a 33% more. I don't know. Why wouldn't I want to get a good chunk more? The problem is like storing it all, right? So I've built out so much storage, and I need more for that. But when it comes due, you only get like a week of that Landsrad bonus, and so you got to process everything within a week. And it takes so much water. So I'm trying to get like my water storage, generation and storage, like way up, so I can just burn through a ton over the course of that week and not have to frantically be getting water all the time. Night, Shavik. Thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow on the tutorial show, we'll be talking the Flex. We'll be talking Nordum and the Flex champions. Nordum and the Flex. Wait. Nordum and the Flex champions that we didn't talk about last week. This looks like it's going to have to finish off stream. We have plenty of power. I mean, we got so much power. We're only like needing E30. They have E30 health, and we have E80 damage. It will finish itself just fine. To 175. It'll click all the way to 150 apparently. I mean, we could just do this. I can just do this, and it'll click all the way there, probably. Probably. But that's going to be it. We're out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Come hang out tomorrow at the tutorial show if you'd like. If I don't see you there, then I will see you on Monday. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye.